Hello and welcome to the Blobber Attempts Moons of Ardalon, take 3. We've failed to succeed all the way before. So this is a cute little city builder slash logistics management. I don't need the tutorials. The backstory is... Where is the thing that is the backstory? Give us a sec. Ah, there it is. The backstory is, we were the survivors of the crash of an intergenerational colony ship, which we can see has crashed into the moon here. We are now attempting to rebuild our society. Thankfully not one based around hairdressers and middle management. In one sense, it's sort of a fair bit like Anno or other city builders, but it's also got some logistical stuff and a bit of the Kerbal theming, if not the hard maths and physics. Like, it's kind of got a Kerbal-ish setting and theming in terms of where colonizing little planets and sending resources back and forth between them. But absolutely nowhere near the Kerbal hard science, which is nice if you don't want to have to be a math nerd. You just want to relax. Okay. The first one should mostly be population, food, and wood. That's a fantastic place for citizenry later. That looks alright. Plop it down and it makes an unhappy face because there's no citizens. We need to plop down some citizens. Okay, houses provide population space. If you let time pass, population space fills up to full, slowly but surely. So this is like a person being born, or immigrating, however you want to think of it. And then people that exist are available for jobs. There's no like children or anything. There's no age demographics like, say, Caesar. As a general rule, what you're trying to do is increase the number of the highest tier of current citizen you have. We currently have the plebe equivalent. Stranded. Cute little axolotl people. We've now unlocked water and food. And we should start actually allowing some water and food. I probably want one more of these, though. Try and take advantage of the existing trees. The output of the tree things depends on how many trees they have in their area and how many they share. So if you make them overlap, it makes them less efficient. Similarly, putting half their area off into the water or inside mountains where it can't be used also makes them less efficient. Anyway, we wanted some water and food next, so... Water purifier, we need to wait for some wood before we can make the dirty water. Oh, we're out of fancy bricks called biofilament. Hey, Commissar Merrick. I hope you had a nice time with Gladiator Simulator. Gladiator Semi-RPG. Speed up. Wood has accumulated enough of it, so we turn this one off. We're going to make a convert wood into bricks thing. The addiction is strong. I've even been playing it off stream. I've even been playing it off stream. You know what, until we can do food as well, we might as well not do water. But churning out some more of this so that I can have some more housing so that there is the populace to run the other businesses. Okay, please pick this up now. I know that you want to do other things more, but I'd rather you pick this up. Thank you. Because then we can have some more housing. And then this will no longer be running under capacity. Yeah, beautiful. Woo. Need to wait for one more brick. Okay. And now we have enough people to actually allow water and some food. Now, in a way, a bit like Caesar, or Anno, or a number of city builders, as you start providing your citizens with more stuff, they get happier. In this case, they are not only happier, but they house more per house. So when you've only got a basic house with no provisions, it houses one person per house. If you give them food and water, it goes up to 2 people per house. So our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 houses goes from housing 12 people to tomorrow, once the food starts to come in, then they realize that they can eat the food, and suddenly we house 24 people. Slow down. Warehouse, you'll notice that little cart pushers, very Caesar-y, are what's moving the goods around. Our cute little axolotl people. And cart pushers are the basis of the economy. If you aren't moving the goods around, there's no point in producing them. shove this one approximately midway between all of them without infringing on any of their zone of control or their zone of make trees. Turn this one back on. Now tree production is in excess. And if anything, we'd like another biofilament thing. So speed up, let some wood come in, we'll make another biofilament thing. Oops. Give it a sec for timber to recover. Come on. Nothing should be eating timber at the moment. Yes, because I wanted it over there. God damn it. The game is nice enough to give you partial refunds when you debuild buildings. You'll notice that it is indicated as a recycling building, like recycle symbol, not just bulldoze. You do get half back. There we go. And that means I'm going to need some more tree eat. Which says... no. I need one more house. Because then we unlock the civic center thingy. And then we'll be able to up our population efficiency to 3 people per house. Wing. Community center. Think of it as a gym. Our little axolotl people want access to gyms. Try and position it to cover all of the existing ones. That looks good. Population capacity improves by 1/3. 1/3 more people isn't going to take us over water, isn't going to take us over food. But we do need to start, as I said, making more wood. So, where is a nice spot? Here looks like a beautiful spot for a wood get place. Let's turn both of these off until wood is good again. And we want sort of there. Allow these back on. And start pumping out a bajillion of these. Yeah, about there looks good. There. There. Here, leave space for a warehouse in the middle. And now we're out of wood. Thankfully, these will start absolutely streaming out the wood. Now, the other thing that trees do, aside from being a wood resource that you can turn into bricks and buildings and things, is the more trees a planet has, there's a pollution mechanic. if your buildings produce pollution, and your planet has a certain pollution capacity based on how many trees there are, so having more trees helps your pollution capacity. Let's shove down the rest of this set of houses. Can't quite get you to count as being in range of the civic centre. Yeah, that spacing's going to be a little bit off, but okay. I might even let where this one will fit dictate this, even though it means that one's a little bit off. A whole bunch of wasted space in there. But the rest of it's tessellated pretty well. Okay. Lots of beautiful population. Is that going to eat too much? Yeah, we're coming up to the eat too much food point. So plop down a second farm. And a second water. Oop. Okay. Now these need warehouses. There. Sort of here. Collect all the wood. And because I've been taught by harsh experience, we chuck down one of these in the middle of this as well. Otherwise, the food and water start getting too full too much of the time. And even though nominally you're producing enough, you can end up in the situation where it doesn't get collected. We definitely have enough wood income, so let's chuck down 2 more of these. Now we consume 2/3 of the wood that we make, and biofilament per day is going to go absolutely through the roof. Whew. Next resource, we have unlocked stone. Well, we will be unlocking stone once we get to the... what? One of these guys. Which wants us to upgrade some of these. Or at least one of them. Which we do for the sake of unlocking stone, not because we actually intend to upgrade all of these. In fact, I might even delete that later. This looks like a reasonable enough place for the next colony. Something like there, except aligned with the... how the buildings are probably going to be aligned. Let some time pass. We need some more biofilament. And then we build our quarry into the mountainside. This isn't functionally required. You can put the quarry in the middle of the flat plains, but I kind of just like the look of building them into the mountains at least a bit. And what's the point in having a productive city if it isn't also a gorgeous city? You're not going to let me do it here? Come on. Yeah, there we go. Good enough. Quarries built into the mountainside. And we start getting access to the next resource, stone. So we've gone wood, brick, stone. Sort of timber boards if you want to think of it that way. Eventually this is going to be mostly industry. But we've got the population to fill up everything with trees until then. We might as well get ahead of the pollution fighting curve. Something like that. Okay, and then let's make one that is basically just population. Which means we're going to want one more food and water. Why aren't I allowed that? Yeah, thank you. Come on. I just want my water. Thank you. Okay. Where will we do our first populace? The North Pole seems okay. Or if it's the South Pole. Something like that. We may delete and rebuild them in a bit, but we've got to start somewhere. In fact, we'll even pause, because it makes doing this a lot smoother. Okay, now we're forced to reckon with the fact that this doesn't align well with the buildings that I want, or the way I've laid out the housing. So we tear it down and face it the direction we like. Except that means you no longer are reached. Okay, then we need to let some more people move in. This is going to need its own warehouse. One between both of these, actually. Makes a fair bit of sense. Woo. Housing. Enough timber boards have been saved up. Slash bricks, however you want to think of them. Why isn't that one working? There we go. Come on, there was one in there. I saw it. Alright, let those fill in. And we can dump our initial zone. You are all no longer wanted. Move to the North Pole. Okay. Now, each and every one of you may level up. We immediately went through 2 levels of advance. We've now gained access to fabric and metalworking and biopellets. Essentially man-made coal, or axolotl-made coal. As well as space research soon. Copper processing, but we don't have copper on this planet. This planet has iron, sand, and green eggs. Green eggs are a fundamental resource. Now, doubtlessly, we're going to have the same problem we had here, where this doesn't quite align with our tessellating houses. So we tear it down and align it with the houses. Looks like it should be about there. One doesn't quite get inside its range, sadly. Speed up. Timber boards are needed again. This one's going to be slightly off where it should be, but we will manage. This one's also going to be slightly off where it should be. Well, actually, we'll do the others. You know what? You two can go. We'll do it from the other direction. That is so disappointing. Come on. Well, there is one upside. That will be a convenient place for a medical facility later. Okay. We're meant to get to even more, so we go upgrade, 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 upgrade. And then we check if we're still producing enough food. Food is okay. Water is okay. Now we can start giving them clothing. Clothing and tools. For tools, we need iron ore, which is partially why we started this location, because it covers an iron ore mine. Iron ore, 4 per day. Can then run 2 iron refineries. Squeeze one in there. We might as well. 1, 2. So 2 to 2. Except that we need some biomass. And while we wait, we might as well fill in the blank spaces here with trees if we can. That's 1, 2. We needed this. There you go. You produce 6 a day. These only consume 4, so we're good. Speed up a bit. These produce 2 per day, and these eat 2 per day, so 2 of these. 1. And in a sec, 2. Beautiful. Where's our brick crushing thing? You can also upgrade certain buildings. Not everyone, and not all of these are equal. There are some that are really good, and there are some that are kind of garbage. That I will be avoiding doing. So we wanted to start clothing. You need 4 of these to 1 fabric weaver. And then 1 fabric weaver to 1 clothing manufacturer, at least at the most basic level. Please, just rotate the littlest bit. Thank you. This is going to want its own warehouse. Servicing these, fantastic. And so clothing and tools should now be dealt with. We need slightly more clothing than that. This is one of the ones that I actually really like. It triples its output, but only costs less than triple the amount of resources, as in less than triple the people, less than double the pollution, and yet triple the output. This is one of the good ones to upgrade. But we don't have the fancier resources that we need to do that upgrade yet, so we'll just live with needing 2 clothing. Come on. 2 clothing weavers. Although I need 2 more of them. Because Blobber can count. There we go. Kind of drastically overproducing tools, but once this is full, we could dial this back until we need them again. Can also turn these off once they've succeeded at building all the trees. Hell, that one's going to become industry space, so it might as well die. Now Now I kind of need another one of these. We're going to go even bigger here. So where will we chonk it? I reckon I can get it to work here. Double check food. Food is good. Water is good. Well, we'll work it out once we've plopped all these down, eh? Except that I shouldn't have built you so near the edge. More like that would have been sensible. Except that I want you to align with the tessellating. Really would like that to fit in there, but it's not going to happen. Come on, need some more bricks. Done. At least in the upwards direction. Go. Let these fill in, upgrade them all. Okay, and we unlock the upper middle class instead of the lower middle class. Which indicates that it's time for us to think about space colonizing across to Mars, called Tynar, and the Gaia planet that has the gas. Still, before we do that, we need to set up nanofiber. Nanofiber lets us do spaceships. And we need a launch platform and a mission control. Check that fabric is still okay with the new people. Not quite. We need one more. Okay. That should jump up to 6. Yes. So we're still good for everything. What about food and water? Food and water are actually getting a bit too tight, so we... chuck down an extra water. Chuck down an extra food. Yep, that looks good for the moment. We have so very many spare people that we can think about some more greenification. Done. Remembering that this started with like 1,800 trees. So we've increased the amount, not all that much, but a fair bit. Do the same here. Beautiful. And if anything, I'm feeling like we could have some more of these. Make bricks that little bit quicker. Trouble is I'm going to want to get rid of them when I upgrade these bricks to the next layer of brick thing. So we will be slightly cheeky maybe. And where was our... here. No, the other one. No, the other one. Yeah, this one. Put some of these here, with the knowledge that we delete them later. Or actually, these might become the permanent ones and the other ones might get deleted. And these becomes all water. Yeah, actually I like that more. Keep everything in the same place. So these ones can become the real ones. And the other ones can be the fakes. Now, time to start on spaceship production. So, here. Sorry, but you're dying. We crush some stone. Two crushed stone. Becomes two of these. They are going to want their own warehouse. Give it a sec. About there. Good. And then two of these can power our spaceship production with a little bit excess. Where do we shove our spaceships? I tend to have trouble finding them. So what I found useful is you build them where you can click on one of these resources to teleport to where you eventually want your spaceships. So like this place here, I could set up my spaceships facing out into this ocean and get back here relatively quickly and easily just by clicking the please go to the iron ore thing and then teleport to this one. Speed up, let some of the nanofibers start to exist. Check that we're producing enough of this still. Not really, we would like one more. There we go, now we've got an excess. And now I was like trying to start to find where my spaceship place is, and the easy way, we just click there. Done. This is going to poke out into the sea if we can manage it. Yep, like that. We need a launch control. Sure thing. Catapult, launch control, and we need to actually build spaceships to send out. Done. That means we need one more of these. And then I would like one excess so that we start saving them up for the future. Just a slight excess. All right. And then we can think about colonizing the planet. Mars? Or this one. I actually kind of prefer going for this one first. It gives us access to copper, gold, gas. Mars gives you sandwiches, which we are going to want fairly soon. The spice must flow. Sandwiches. But I prefer doing this one first myself. Having access to the two basic things. And the sooner we set it up, the sooner everything is treeified here. So let a little bit of time pass. How are we doing? Yes, there is a spacecraft. So we come in here, we say, please send one set of buildable stuff to the beautiful planet. And then the same with wood. Even though it's going to have to wait till a second spacecraft is made. And we get our first space launch. So they have to move the resources into the launcher, move the spaceship into the launcher, and then three, two, one, take off! And you can zoom out a la Kerbal. See its little where it's been path and it makes its way over here. You don't have to do any of the math to do with orbits or fuel or anything like that. It's just, I want spaceship to go from here to here, send it. And then some wood. Beautiful. And now we can start colonizing this planet. Where will we do? Where will we do? Here looks nice. Chuck down the one house, which is a hint that I need to send another 7 bricks. So there are enough bricks to make a modest amount of starting houses. Instead of only one. The bricks get yeeted across. All right. Here-ish. Something like that. I should indicate that I don't want this actually functioning. It's just here to lay out where we want the rest of everything to go. Okay, then we begin the same process. We need the wood economy. which then becomes the brick economy. Gobble these up. Convert them into houses. Refund this and move it one over. Once it's allowed. These need back on. Second one of these wouldn't go astray. Put this back down. No! Put this back down. Don't power it though. And then think about water and food. I'd like to know how big you are, just to know where not to build. No, over here seems fine. So, food. A little bit of space for the water gather, the raw water. And the water processing. And then our people should suddenly be happy that they have food and water. Whereupon, enough people for more jobs. Yeah, there we go. Water, good. Food, good. Tree output, good. Brick output, spectacular. Pause. Back to it. I don't think you'll count as inside the range of the... Yep, so no, that'll do. Check that food and water is still okay. The answer is no, it's not. Slow down. Double up. These can wait. Not running out of water is more important than having more bricks. Like that. Please pick up the water immediately. And immediately. And the food. And the food. Now that's a little bit of a hint that we really should have another warehouse. Turn these back on. So you know what? Fine. There. A warehouse for these. And then probably one for these trees as well. There. That should keep the trees happy. Let's look at these. Yes, very happy. Yes, very happy. Spectacular. Fantastic. Can turn you on now. Really? I thought you were inside the range of the thing. Yeah. Don't lie. You're in the range. Let these fill in. And then we want to start producing copper to send back home. So let's go find the first copper deposit. There's one there. There's one here. Here actually kind of useful in another way. I'd like to put that in the middle of the water, but I guess like that. And I would do more, but this is basically becoming all copper. However, for the copper thing, we need some stone first. Same deal. I said I like building the stone into the mountain if we can. It's only going to let me do it a very little bit, sadly. Like that. Speed up. Wait for there to be enough stone that we can build the copper. Cool, and then the copper processor. One of these is 2, so we need 2 copper processors. And then we need to build enough spacecraft that we can actually get back. We need a launch facility and a mission control here so that we can get back to our home planet, or the planet that we crash landed on. Oh, what's wrong here? You shouldn't have problems. This should be outputting enough of everything. Let's check the supply chain. Should produce 6. Only eats 5. Should produce 6. Ah, I missed out on building 2 of those because I'm an idiot. That's why production is falling short. 1, 2, and let's get ahead of the curve. 3, 4. Instead of being behind it. Back over here. So we wanted 2 copper processors. 1. And we need to wait for a bit more stone before 2. Thank you. This is going to want its own warehouse. Beautiful. And then we need spacecraft. So we need some biofuel. And where are we going to put the spacecraft? Here. Actually, on that little bit kind of is okay. So get rid of this, get rid of this. We'll put our spacecraft along that bit. That's still all good. We kind of should set up one more food from the look of it. Come on, you fit here. Don't make me move the You're gonna make me move the warehouse. I hate you. There. So we're ahead of water and food again. Good. This. And then we wanted rock crush. One per day. This only needs 1 per day. Then we need to give it some time to save up the resulting nanofiber before we can yeet people back. So we need another population center. Where was... Were they all here? Okay, they were all here. So where will we build actual population? Here seems okay. Begin tessellating the houses. Now, most of this people from this next block are going to be nothing but... I mean, some are going to be the space control stuff, but a lot of them are going to be... treifying this planet. Actually, you know what? Those can both move in. Or not. Well, they can. We just have to be very precise. There. Nope. True enough. No! I do need to let some more bricks be created. And we could also, from the looks of it, start up the spacecraft industry. So, you... Launch catapult. Spacecraft industry. And eventually mission control. We're just waiting for some more brick. Come on. Okay, that's as many as we're getting inside the range of this guy. Oh, I need a second brick crush for you. Fair enough. There you go. Now there's one extra of this so that we can run spacecraft industry without it turning off for want of fancy metal. And then how many do I want to send back? I want to send back enough to start up... What? We don't actually know about the next tech yet. So what, we'll go back home, see if any of our tree plantations are finished. Yeah, like this one is now beautiful. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Could greenify another section of the planet. Will do. And then this one. Good. Green up the rest of this big landmass. I want like 10 of these before I turn this off. However, these don't need to be on at the moment. That said, I've got spare people, so there's no real point in turning them off either. Pause. I need to get one more. Thank you. Done. Okay, and then we can say yeet back these home. Do it 3 times, please. Turn this back on. It's definitely going to want its own warehouse. Yeah, so now the distance to travel isn't here to here, it's here to here. Much, much quicker. And then that's enough copper to make our first medical center, which gives us upper middle class. I'm actually going to say get rid of that one as well, just because then this doctor can serve that whole housing district. And I can still squeeze these in. I could conceivably even squeeze one of those in. I moved this a little bit. Yeah, I know you all don't like not having a town centre. There, quit complaining. Okay. 1. Upper middle class, which gives us access to the sandwiches. Sandwiches and space reusability and jewelry. But then we're out of stone and we need to wait. And by wait, I mean make more stone, because all our stone is currently getting fed into the rock crushing for spaceship parts sector. Really? You could let me have that at least a little bit in that mountain game. If we get rid of this tree, we can probably have... Good enough. So that's excess rock again. And we gain access to netting. Netting and sandwiches. Netting is what lets us importantly build the spaceship recycler, so that instead of our spaceships getting here and then forever just sitting in orbit, like that thing, they will land, and you don't have to build new ones, you can reuse the ones you've already made. So we would like to set that up, but we need more population. We'll get the population just by upgrading the rest of these to... No, because this actually doesn't increase their population, does it? Not unless we also give them sandwiches. Maybe we can run the netting making without more people. I might be underestimating or overestimating how many people it will take. So let's go look at none of you, 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 none of you. But actually I do need to wait for the rocks again, so... We also need more warehouse people. They're not handling the current requirements well enough. It's the same as 2 extra warehouses. And now the balance is much, much better. We could also kill off some of these so it stops trying to empty them when their tree making job is done. So is yours. In fact, yeah, with all those extra jobs saved, there's no way we won't have enough to do the netting. That said, we need to let that stone pile up. So we'll come over here and do some more on this planet while we're waiting for that to happen. Paste needs to be 1 higher. So does water. In fact, we could probably justify even 1 more. Yeah, that's good for the moment. Whew. Home needs the spaceship recycler, and we can start sending more and more copper. But I can't do that till netting, and I can't do netting till some more stone. So you know what? Instead we'll start setting up Mars. Mars, wood, 1, and then 2 sets of bricks. Done. Bricks. And then one more set of bricks. Okay. Here seems a reasonable-ish starting spot. Has some access to trees. Axolotl news. Do I want two? I almost certainly want that one. Even if it's currently useless. Okay, and then a crusher. These can wait. This can wait. That can wait. Once we've produced a full supply of biofilament and a full fulling of this as well, then these workers can become food and water. This will double, and then will be enough workers for everything. Last one. Woo! You don't need to be running anymore. Let's say there's enough space for 2 of you, and then we want... Well, actually, I might as well build the second one of that then. That way I know the space it takes up. Even if it's not running. Which I suppose it can be until it's also full. Very good. Okay, water and food. Sure. And their own extra warehouse. Whereupon, this may turn on, and this may turn on. No! Thank you. Looks like we can go one more layer. That's probably about as good as it's going to get. You will have to wait. I need this range to go up so that these all fill up. Ooh. That's a no. Turn this one back on. Next layer of water, fine. Come on, let me build my water. There are enough extra transports waiting that some more warehouse workers wouldn't be a terrible idea. I think we can justify that food. Okay. Water check. Food check. These need to save up for a little bit. Build what we can of this. And then go spend the resources that have no doubt accumulated on our home planet whilst we've been doing this. And set up a tree farm. That looks like an excellent tree farm. If only we could put the TC in the middle of the mountain. I'll have some more patience. Home. Can we get you your recycling platform yet? Yes, fantastic. Or more accurately, we can get you your ability to build the netting to make the recycling platform. So, one sand does 2 of these. Yep, and then 2 of these does 1 of this. They're going to want their own warehouse. Double check. 4. Eats 4, eats 2. Double check that that's okay. Yes. The only thing we need to increase is our fabric by 1. Oh. Alright, that even means that we'll now have spare fabric by 1 a day. Come back here in a while and it will have the netting to build the space station, and then we can start sending even more crap from Fancy Planet back home. Speaking of Fancy Planet, we could do another tree farm. There are enough spare people. No, that looks like really good population space. There looks like good tree farm. Okay, that'll do. So that's waiting for nets. We kind of do need one more water and food. Good. Good, both of those are now heavily in the positive. Those want to be upgraded, but absolutely not. What we instead should work on is rock crush, and setting up for building these things. The only thing that we'll have to send across is netting. This can capture both of those, but then it doesn't capture this bit of the coast. Where else might we want to go? Where do I usually build? Where's that place that I normally build the sandwich mine? Yeah, here. Kind of disappointing, but if it's all it allows, I could try over here. Yeah, I like that. Dig it into the mountain. So that now means stone. Stone needs stone crush. Oh, cheers, Cal. Which means I can actually close that side window. Those of you just joining, we're still addicted to space axolotls. Which is kind of a bit like Space Anno / Space Patrician / Space Caesar, however you want to think of city building and logistics. The Adixolotl is real. Okay, so now we're getting this. And I wanted to set up Fancy Rock Crush. But I need to wait for there to be more stone done. How's home? Has home made any nets yet? Some nets, but not yet enough. Here, I should probably just build another population center. Sorry, I know we said you'd be trees, but you're becoming a population center. Okay, now let's check water and food. Both are good enough that we can probably afford to just fully deck this out. It's a bit wasteful there. Okay. Check water and food again. Water kind of needs to be one higher. Oh, come on. That so looks like it fits two of them. Yeah, thank you. So there's one more water. Yeah, we're going to need one more food as well. But I kind of don't want to build too much further away from that. Otherwise, the warehouse has to move too far to do its job. Might as well be trees while we wait. Okay, and is that enough nets back home? Come on. Nope, we still need to wait 2 more days back home for enough nets. Do I just double our net production then? I'm going to go with yes. So 1 more sand. 2 more ash. One more net. And that means we no longer have nominally an excess of fabric. So we'll up our fabric by 1 more as well. I like the idea of having spare fabric. Okay. We'll wait 1 day, set up our spaceship recycling center. Thank you. There will do. Spaceship Recycling Center means we can begin yeeting resources back home. So we come here and we say, I would like you to yeet from there to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. And then to set up our own spaceship recycling center here, we need to turn off our spaceship production and yeet 1 set of nets across to there, which means we have to wait a little bit. What about Mars? Mars now has enough saved up stone. So we were looking at going two of these. It's kind of disappointing that it's so hard to fit more. 2 of those allows 1 of these. build them their own warehouse so that this distance is much less than that distance. Will also help with this and these ones. So now nominally we do have this, aside from the fact that I need this. Just the one. Okay. That's enough biofuel to run the nanofiber factory. Which then combines with the nets that we yeet over here to become this section's space industry. We do need a full set of population here. But that has to wait for us to have more saved up biofilament. You can be turned back on. No, I still think we need to wait for the nets. So here, wait for the one more net. What we can do is set up the other health. So where was our population place? Here. And we can set up the second health center. So we'd kind of like it to be there. Or maybe there? Yeah. You, and you are dying so that this can be here. Alright. And we've unlocked food, water, biofilament, warehouse, community, settler, stone, clothes, tools, space, pollution cleaning, dweller, biofiber, super sandwiches, space reusability, jewelry, and energy. We definitely need to finish this. So we look at the ones that are already done and we say, you're finished, you're finished, you're finished, you're finished, you're finished. 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 That one is one that actually supplies wood. You're finished. Arguably so is that one. So are these ones. These ones were just green ones. Beautiful. And then we need to green this stuff. There are still plenty of spare people. One more. Or actually, no. We'll do here and here. And then we'll call it done for the next greenification. There. It's basically a whole nother continent. Keep ahead of our pollution curve. Remember, this number started at about 2,000, and we're now up to 6,000-ish. And we were meant to send the nets to Fancy Planet. And then I wouldn't mind one set of nets to Mars. Cool, wait for the nets. And then spaceship recycler. Okay, and then we can set a regular you yeet this back home, return empty, do continuously. And that should ensure that we start stockpiling copper on home planet. How is this dropping? Because we increased our net production by 1. No. Because we just didn't increase this enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we need 2 more. Five. And I wouldn't mind stockpiling rather than depleting saved up fabric, so we build 2 extra. You probably have now saved up enough building resources again, yes. We were going to look at doing a population zone. This looks pretty good. Okay. Then we face the question of, do we build, like, double this up? Probably yes. This one is one of the ones that's worth doing. It doubles, well, it doubles the output, but doesn't double the resource cost and doesn't double the pollution and workers entirely. Workers is doubled, but pollution isn't. Kind of do need 1 more food. We're looking at 2 more of you. Just so that when we build stuff, it doesn't take as long for this to recover. The nets have arrived. So in theory, we can start setting up these things. Pause. We need more people. That's going to want its own warehouse. Yeah, and we need another warehouse anyway. All right. Couple more people, and we'll be able to send things back and forth between all three planets. No. There we go. Treeificate the rest for the moment. Once we're allowed. There. Okay. We would like one more population center, which here kind of works the best. And then that can become sandwiches. The sandwiches must flow. Okay. Yep, that looks good. And sandwich mining. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We want 20 of them. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We definitely need a warehouse. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The vast spice fields have been established. Level both of these ones up. In fact, all three. Because the spice mines have drastically increased our warehouse need. Water is crashing. That still doesn't stabilize it, but it helped. No, I don't like the theming of Anno as much. Like, I much prefer the theming of this spaciness compared to... The Annos look... And they're too gridded. Boo, gridded. Boo. Okay, that's definitely water dealt with. Food needs one more. Let's get a little bit ahead of the curve and do two more. Okay. Fill up the rest of this space. There is no reason not to be maximizing our number of trees. And we now have enough spare people that we should treeify the rest of the planet. Choose up some of the spare people, but by no means all. Alright. So we've engaged in this sort of continent treeification. It's not quite the whole thing, but it's most of it. Water is trending up. Food is trending up. Other resources are trending up. Lovely. Now, what about the spice fields? Anoxolotl 2020. Oh no, 2200, sorry. So what we want is 2 of these. Except I actually need another set of netting. Well, so be it. Send another set of netting across. Hell, there's enough netting here that we could afford to send 5. We need to send the internet? No, just normal nets. Biofiber nets. What else should we do? We should set up gold, start gold mining over here. Except that also needs nets. Oh, internet meaning between. Okay. That means we need to send 1 set of nets there. Done. So sandwiches gives us 1 set of population. But I kind of feel like I should just set up 2 more of these. Here and here. That'll do. Because we are going to want to hit a higher number of these guys. Middle upper class. We've definitely got the pollution dissipation. Yeah, you're slightly wrong. Doctor there. Get rid of you. Feels kind of wasteful. I might be able to wiggle you around. Yep. There we go. Check our food, check our water. Food could be higher. Good. Water's still okay. And we're good to start the rest of the sandwiches here. The nets have been delivered. So grain silo, and one of these. I kind of like the windmill facing the other way. Although I also like the windmill facing the sea. Yeah. I'll put you over there, even though it's sort of slightly far away from this, because it looks nice to face the sea with the windmill. So that does 10 into 5. Each of these does 5, so 20 into 2 into 1, into only 1, and then we upgrade it. And after you upgrade this, it's actually pretty perfect. Which means we need 3 copper here. This is one of the best upgrades I've seen. It consumes no more flour, just double water to produce double sandwich. And it doesn't need double worker, and it doesn't produce double pollution. I think I just did the wrong one, didn't I? Yes. Well, 1 is okay. What we were supposed to do is here. But whatever. It's doing its periodic deliveries of it, so it doesn't matter that we kind of... Instead of going straight from here to here, we've gone here, 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 here. And we could actually start refining that directly on this planet, rather than sending it over. Two is to 2. It doesn't use all our people. Means we don't have to worry about yeeting more of this over here in the future. Fill up what we can with trees. The copper arrives. We can improve the sandwich factory. Beautiful. And now we have to start eating sandwiches back to the home planet. But we want to tell them not to eat them yet. We would like to save up a fair amount of them before we allow them to be eaten. So, no touchy la sandwich. No touchy la gold. Send out the mission for yeet of sandwich. So 2 people send sandwiches to the home planet infinitely. Done. Sandwiches are essential. Kerbal has taught us that everyone needs snacks. Snacks are mission critical. Set up the gold mine. And the other one. These are also a reasonable one to upgrade. If only because they're not especially efficient, but 2 of these being 5... being 6 rather than 5 is often a useful number. Well, I found it to be a useful number because you need spare gold for one of the other things later. So for the moment we have 1 spare gold. 1 spare gold ore. 4 of this can become 3 of you happily. Set up a workshop for you. Not a workshop, a warehouse. What's wrong? Ah, we need another set of nets. Well, that can be done. So it was to... not you, to gas planet, 1 set of nets. And that might have stressed out the... Yes, the sandwich factory now consuming extra water has stressed out the water. So let's go fix water. I guess you're dying off, friend. $18 plus 5 is less than 28. We could use 1 more food so that we're ahead of the curve by just a little bit more. We're barely ahead of that curve. But we're also out of people. That one is done. Actually, no, because that's one that's actually producing timber for harvesting. That one is done. That one needs some more. You are done. And you are done. That one is done. That one is done. The rest need a bit more time still. Mediumify those warehouses. And the sandwich deliveries have begun. Perfect. Have the nets arrived here so that we can do... Not quite. Speed up. Get the nets over here so that we can make the other jewelries. So I wanted a third. And that's where we're calling it quits. So that we have spare saved up gold, because memory says we need gold for something later. I may be misremembering. One, two, three. Yes. And then we need to yeet that jewelry back home. We out of this? Yes, we need some more biomass. I want a second one of you. Or we could just upgrade the one we have. And I said this is one of the most efficient ones to upgrade, so yes. Doubles its production, but it only costs less than half as many workers and less than half as much extra input. And then we're going to yeet jewelry back home. So, plan mission. Do jewelry, homeworld, infinitely. 2 of you. And then we will see if that's starting to overwhelm this planet's spaceship recycler. Not yet. Give it maybe a month and we'll see if it is, now that we've got two trade routes going back and forth. That looks finished. So does that one. So does that one. Got hundreds of spare people. Might as well greenify as much as we can. Every bit of free pollution go away is the longer we can delay needing to build atmospheric scrubbing. I also like this because every single TC, and you build TCs for doing this, increases your warehouse capacity, and having a higher max capacity is kind of just pleasant for averaging stuff out and having longer to respond to shortfalls. Right, so at the moment we have a slight tool shortfall, and actually we're about to need to do the first of the clothes factory upgrades. So we're going to go bomp, and now that one can turn off because this one now produces 6. Yes, but we do need more tools. And more tools means we need to start a second one of these. Maybe? How's that resource? No, we produce more than we use, so we can do more tools already. Now, are you worth it? You are... not worth it. You are more than double the input for only double the output. You consume a cataclysmic amount of extra trees. You quadruple your tree eat. The only way that it's good is it produces less pollution. So we want 2 more of you. Actually, let's build you a warehouse. I said 2 more of you. And then that can become 2 more tool yards. I was certain that was blue for a second. But you know what? We can just move you. Technically, we could do 2 of these and it's worth... doubles their output, but they don't consume double the pollution, and that makes the space that this one isn't needed, so we can put the extra tool yard there. Go both of these up by 1. That one as well. Make sure we keep all our transporting needs met. So tools are now happy. Clothing is happy again. We could probably... well, let's look at how the spaceship is going. And if we need a second recycler. We do need a second recycler. The second trade route means we need a second recycler. I want to leave space for another one of those. Where can our second recycler live? There would be nice. You know what? There. If we can get it to... yep, and then spin which way it fits. So that the door is facing the right way. Sold. Now I've got twice as many recyclers to average our spaceship recycling over. The next shipment of gold has begun. Let us allow the people to touch the sandwiches. Okay, and then sandwich allow yes. Jewelry allow yes. We may need one more water, from the look of it, to accommodate all the new people coming in. And once they realize that they have sandwiches and jewelry, they're going to have like another 2 people. Come on, that can fit. Fine, we'll be more exacting on the placement of this. Thank you. Now let's just do one more water. And now, once again, water is high enough above the current number that I'm happy, even with the population spiking. Look at that! 600 up to 1,000. We're even going to need more water then. Not more food, though. Food is still fine. What am I going to do about the water? One, 2. No blobbing? What do you mean no blobbing? That can go there, or it could go here. No, comma. Blobbing is essential to space. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We're almost at the 600. It really does look like we should be able to squeeze one in there. Oh, it's outside the building range. It's not outside the, Well, we can fix that. Here, have another TC. You look finished, you look finished, you look finished. Close enough. In fact, pause and we'll finish this tree. Freeze up population, not that we need it. Yeah, that looks done. That looks done. That looks done. And this is still happening. That one... I mean, a fair bit of that is actual tree farming. We might finish off some more of this then, if we've got the spare pop, and we do. So here, here. I can't get both of those, which is awkward. Well, for the moment that'll do. This, 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 this. Okay. I would like a saved up amount of this stuff, so sure, have that. Now all three of those are running. Go back to Mars. We haven't started any of that here. We could do you. Sure, having some spare of that couldn't hurt. And then on you, we're already doing the gold. We aren't doing any of these though. That said, you don't have the population for it. In fact, did Mars have the population for... Not really. So we need to undo some of the trees so that that mine has enough. Some of those aren't quite finished. Yeah, some of those aren't quite finished yet. And planetary science is unlocked because we hit 600 upper middle class. $600 and rising. There's going to be another like 400-ish people. So science has given us access to paper and these two things, as well as the library. We should start stockpiling paper on this planet. We definitely have the available people to work the jobs. Yes, science. Happy grammar specific blobber? Oh, yes, about the commas. Being a comma Nazi, yes. Well, in that case, it changed the meaning, and I didn't understand the meaning without it. My position with spelling and so forth is usually that if the meaning is understood, I'm not particularly fussed. In that case, you didn't get the meaning across, so fussing occurs. We put our paper over here. I guess we will. So, paper. What is the paper chain? The paper chain is Also, that's not going up anywhere near quickly enough. Still, paper. You need one of this. That's 4 sand. 4 sand is 2 paper things. Except that I need to wait for more nets. And that means we also need more fabric. One, 2, 3, 4, which lets us run one more fabric weaver. Okay. Good. And now that will be fine again once we have the other newspaper, paper maker. Other than paper, what do we want? We want to set up for gas and the eggs. So over here, this planet can make gas. We don't have enough free people. So I need another population space. I guess these 3 are dying. So that we may have one more population space. And that will run the gas. And the astrodynamics. Check food and water. Neither of them is really good. I'm going to say you can go, and we'll put some more food and water here. Come on, it can fit here. Water, food. If it fits, it sits like Kitty in a box. This, 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 this. We're coming up against the edge of the coast. Yes. Okay. That's another 100 people. Which is doubtlessly enough to run the gas mining and astrostellar dynamic-y stuff. So we need some nets here, though. Fine, we'll wait. What about Mars? Mars also needs another populace. But it actually has enough nets to set up its Earth Sciences division. You go, and you go, and become another population group. But we'll do it by tessellating from here. Three is usually the correct amount. Yes. It doesn't matter that that one would kind of mess with this because it's already interrupted via the TC. Oof. Okay, these ones are going rather inefficiently. There we go. Boom, let that exist. That's good. Although, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Actually, I think I still need one more. Water. I think we do need one more food. I would like to keep them all zoned over here. We can come a little bit further this way. So now we need two more of these. Well, one fits conveniently there. And there. Come on, that fits. Thank you. Lovely. Lovely. 20, 26, 38, 32 should be fine. And now we have enough for our Gokas. Our Goka division. Where will the Gokas live? Also, it's enough people to continue greenifying the rest of the planet. Okay. And then Goka. Goka can live with the sandwich people. No, actually, well, no, there's not enough space there. That one is done. These two are actually ones for harvesting wood. That one's done. And I guess we'll build the Goka division out here. So, warehouse. We need 2 egg things. Egg thing 1. Egg thing 2. Warehouse. And then egg thing into science. And it's complaining, wow, we don't have enough workers, but another 40, 60 odd people are moving in. It'll be fine. Okay, let's check what the planet says it eats for this now. Eats 6 in the tiniest bit. Produces 6, that'll do. It's gonna get slightly more consumption, but we can be shortfall by 1. All right. And then that means we need to start delivering the science to the homeworld. So, where is the sandwich making area? We now need to add in... Well, first we need to deliver a whole bunch of spare spacecraft here, actually. So... if you could be so kind as to... yeet empty spacecraft to Mars. No, I have to have something in them. So we will... I guess nets. 1 each. Nine. And then... some of this. There. That is going to keep the launcher busy for a while. And that means we've got enough spare spacecraft on Mars that we can now yeet the science back home. So exogeology back home. 1, 2. Done. And that kind of means that we need a second launcher now. 1 for the sandwiches, 1 for the exogeology, so they aren't clogging each other up. We've got 2 clogged up with exogeology. Still. Less and less of a problem with every day. We'll make a 3rd mud ball, maybe? Let's just see how we are doing on this. So this is short by 1, which means we do need more mud ball. We need 2 more mud ball. Now. 4. We're short by 1, but we were also short by 1 of this. So that should be averaging just right. Now back to here, and seeing as this population has now moved in, we can do... No, I was going to say the gas, but we need more nets. But this place is out of nets because it's currently sending all the nets it has to Mars. So let's plan 1 real net delivery to there. Hell, let's plan 2 of them. And then maybe accept that we need a 2nd launcher here. Come on. You can even have your own personal warehouse. Much quicker. In fact, we should do the same for this. And the extra 6 warehouse people will... Only 1 is needed here, the other... Well, actually 2 are needed here. The other 4 can go help with the rest of the world. So many spacecraft getting yeeted out. This now needs a 2nd recovery. Center. Yeah, over here is fine. Now that it's sending 2 types of goods, it needs 2 recovery centers, sandwiches and science. What's going on? Oh, it's just this has still been increasing the population. Okay. That looks like it's trending down, but it's only trending down because we started the great yeet to Mars. It'll return to normal function in a sec. I may de-level these in a bit. Alright, and we caught up to our backlog. Lovely. Speed up. We have nets here now, so we can do the gas. And then gas plus gold ore, which is barely in excess. We need so many more nets. So home, we're going to have to double the net production. There's no way around it. So net needs 1 more fabric. Fabric needs 1 more fiber. One, 2, 3, 4. That becomes 1 more of these. Which can then become nets. And the ratio is 1 sand to 2 ash things is to... One sand is to 2 ash things is to 1 net. Which actually means we want 2 sand. Sand, sand, warehouse, 4 of these. Except that I'm waiting for you now. Which kind of means I should increase you. Unless the other planet is producing some and can yeet it back for you. It isn't, but it could be. Yeah, it very much could be. Kitty? Sorry, what about Kitty? Tick, tick, tick. Check that these are all fine. Yes. 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 So this will now slowly build up its own nanofiber battery. You're finished. So is that one. So is that one. So is that one, and that one, and that one. And that one. No, undo. That one's the one that we're actually using for trees. Give it a sec. That other set of netting is about to arrive. Which can then become the next bit of gas. $30 stone. Okay. Where's our spacecraft factory? You don't need to be on, for one thing. And we do have the people, so there's nothing stopping me having another quarry. I could be convinced that a quarry in those hills makes sense. And then that needs to become another gasworks. And that's just going to take time. Okay. As long as food and water and everything else is okay. Check. Check. Although that water is awfully close to not being okay. There, now that's got some safety margin in it. Similarly, the food could use a little bit of safety margin. Slash ability to stockpile. So I wanted to produce at least one more of you. Yep, perfect. Actually, we'll do 2 because we are going to need the atmosphere scrub eventually. So, one more of this. And then one more of that. Then we need some more diesel. Not you, diesel. Fine, go back to here, and then this. Boop, double your output. Actually, it's still not high enough. Again. There we go, now we're okay. Okay, so we doubled this from 4 to 8. And then we were going to double netting. So we'd already done the ash, right? No. We'd already done the sand, but nothing else. So sand, 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 sand. Pause. 1, 2, 1, 2. Each one of these does 2 of these, and 2 of these does 1 of this. We've still got a slight excess. What about fabric? Fabric doesn't shoot up until we've got that. So I need to like wait a day. And we need to get to 6 of this. That'll do. I definitely need to upgrade some more warehouses. Look at that, that's not acceptable. Although some of that may be the all of these, so let's get rid of the ones that don't really need doing. God damn it, those ones are ones that we're mining. Well, it only wastes wood. That feels like a gap. These ones still feel like they need doing. And these are still growing. Still, that will have cut down on how many deliveries they think they need to do. Not by enough, though. So I think we do one warehouse over by these guys. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Still hugely under the pollution limit. And we were waiting to send more nets to the Fancy Pants planet so that it could have its stellar dynamics set up. Also, this planet's greening is in some places done. No, that one looks like it has some more work to do to me. Those are for mining. All right. Gas, part 2. And that now means we can set up this once those 2 nets get here. Speak of the nets. It has gas, it has gold. But we need to up this. And this. So I need another set of nets. So then I can upgrade that. We will want this eventually. 1/4 the extra workforce for more than double the output. Although it requires energy as opposed to merely benefiting from energy but not strictly needing it. How much are we producing excess of you? Because I could just run some baby's first energy to these to get them to produce a little bit more. Gold is fine, sandwiches is fine. Wait for the nets to get here. Do this one. Give them both basic power. Oh, we need some copper. Except that you should be able to produce copper. You're currently turning it into this. Is there a second? Yes, there is a second one to do, so why not? Shove it vaguely in the middle. That way you can also help with copper. I do need one more, but for that we need the stone to catch up. Thankfully not very much. This will want its own workshop. We should keep greenifying what we can. I'm not really happy with these water deliveries that are undone. You know what? We will add in you and trust that you now deal with this water. As for the people, we're shove the next bunch of people. Here seems pretty... Nope, only 2. Something like that. We now need to wait for more biofiber. I'd rather just have more of them. Where's our new group of people? Here. Normal speed, no thank you. Full speed. I could kind of afford to turn these off. Yep. You can turn off for a while. Alright. A little bit of trees out here. There we go. No. Why the hell aren't you picking up the water? Let's give them some extra warehouse to try and help. And that means that the this can turn back on. I suppose we do need a little bit more production, so okay. But this time let's do it the other way around, where we put the water on the inside. And the grey water on the outside. Come on, just spin a little bit. There we go. But looks good. Yeah, both of those have got enough excess that we're happy. Gas, gas, gas. Oh yes, we're going to give the golds their electricity. I thought this was square. It is, it just doesn't look square from this angle. Boop. Okay. Same deal, except that we're going to want to give you a warehouse. so that these two travel distances are much, much less than to over here. And now that's perfect. So the last thing is you. We got to start exporting you. Which means we need a second yeeter and a second recycler. Second yeeter, its own personalized warehouse. And a second recycler. I'm willing to get rid of... Well, we should let those ones grow. Where else could we chuck the recycler? This feels like it should have a warehouse. Like there. I know it's not exactly far from here, but it will minimize this, this, and this one. Some. And then the recycler. You know what? I'll live without those couple of extra trees. Done. Gosh, that feels like it should work, but it's just ever so slightly not. If I moved you... and I could move this one. Which might just give... Yes. We squeezed in an extra 3 people. This one is done. This one is done. Could convince that instead. We're starting to get awfully close to the limit for that. This planet's population. You are low importance. If anything's going to have nothing, it can be you with relatively little harm. In fact, for the moment, you can pause entirely. That one is finished. And then we're perfect balance. Okay, now the reason we were building the extra yeeter and the extra recycler so was we could send back home. Yeah, Nemoblob. I want to finish it. I want to get to the end. I quite like it. So astrodynamics, back home, infinitely. 2 of you. My understanding is you build the equivalent of a wonder, and then it's done. Like there is a final building, and then sort of like the giant wonders in Beaver Builder, in Timberborn. We need slightly more people. Can I... If I wiggled you over... to like here... No, not unless that one will let me move. Well, maybe. Maybe we can get there and here. Yeah, there we go. We squeezed another. Feels like one should fit there. And indeed it does. And that maybe if I squeeze this one over slightly, and I can get one there. Yes. The time has come to bite the bullet. Next up, we just need more people. That means one more water first. And where are we going to shove this extra population center? Here looks reasonable-ish. No, you gotta go. Oh, we're out of building bricks, so gotta wait. That means we can turn you back on as well. It's gonna suck that there's some wasted space there, but there's nothing to be done. Just be happy that we're under our jobs used limit again. 1 sec. Cough, cough, cough. Slow down. So the astrodynamics is starting to make its way over here. We can do the next paper. We would hope. And set up the paper into science. It needs 2 power plants. Actually, that one won't reach. So recycle that one. Actually, even that one won't reach. God. There we go. Give them their own personalized warehouse. Okay, and then we can say paper. We wanted to build a second one of you. Looks like a Game Boy Color printer to me. There we go. Alright. And so the saving up of science begins. Then we're going to need entertainment and science. How's your number of nets doing? Can you send some nets across to Saurus? And Tina? Yeah, you could send like 2 to each. Okay, is that enough science per day to feed our people? How is this holding things up? Because you're just waiting for the delivery? Because you're just waiting for the delivery, so level that up one. And allow them to start eating the science and see how much they eat. Well, no, I shouldn't let them eat the science until we've done the entertainment. So what does entertainment need? It's going to need more of that, that's for sure. Which apparently needs some extra warehouses. This is in theory meant to be having an excess. Consumption 20, production 24. We've still got lots of spare wood. And we're still plenty under the limit. Let's... I was going to say look at the idea of giving them that, but nope. Not happening. 20, 20, 20. So we need a hell of a lot of saved up nets. We're going to need like 60 saved up nets before we think of adding in television. I might as well go look at the other places and if there's anything we need to do. For example, where is our... This, you should be the low importance thing. Otherwise, this planet looks fine. And what about you? This planet looks fine. Well, actually, that's going down when it really shouldn't be. Give it some more time. Especially if we kill off any extra treeification programs that don't need to exist anymore. Like that one. And that one. And that one. And this one, and this one. No, that one's still doing work. So are you. That one is done. Yeah, I think we're doing better than we've done, Ms. Morrigan. No. Go away. I bet you're a fake, stupid phone call. If you aren't known to me, you aren't getting the phone answered for you. That simple. Did I not build the second one of these? That does not look like I built the second one of these. And the trouble is it's only going to take me here if I click on the button. How is Caesar 3 in space going? It's going well, someone. We're doing it a lot more efficient. Wow. Somewhat more efficiently than the previous times. Especially using upgrades. Some of the buildings upgrades are pretty pointless, but some of them are really good. The clothes factory one triples its output for less than double the input. Like, it's a big efficiency gain. A lot of them are only, like, linear, but there are some like that one that are super linear, and you want to be making use of them. So if I do need to do another one of you, because it certainly looks like it, we will add you in. You know what? These two can die. And we'll see if we can squeeze this in here. There. Now we'll have two of these to divide this between. Speed up time till we have our 60 nets. Oh. No, 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 no. What do you think you're doing? You have 8 excess water. Don't pretend that you can't deliver all your water. Oh, but our waters are full for no reason. Empty them. Why are these all sitting around full? Empty them. Oh, we'll add in one more water then. Do it over here. There, 36, and we produce 30. We should be fine. It doesn't act silly. We've almost saved up the 60 nets. So just speed up. Oi! Give me my sensible view back. Thank you. Nope. Now it's behaving stupid in multiple ways. You know what? A save and load. There shouldn't be all these things saying, why aren't you picking me up? And them complaining about no food, no water. So you've... Attempt 3. And save and reload. They're serious business-minded. They're like business cat, but they're business axolotl. Casual Tuesday only means no tie. No Hawaiian shirts. No sneakers. No jeans. Just no tie. This is going to take a minute. Whilst it does, I'm going to refill my water. BRB. Okay. Cheers all. Now, can we have it stop being silly? Yes. Beautiful. Where's Stone? Make sure Stone knows that it's the unimportant one. Good. A save and a load fixed it. So then it was back here, waiting for our 60 this, which we now have, and we're going to set up the TV stations. One. Two. Ugh. So what I actually want to do is move that. Or else do like one. Four? I shouldn't need four to cover this, because each one has got a bigger range than... No. We move this thing. So to start with, we chuck one there. which in part has added benefit of letting us treeificate that. We chuck one. We get rid of you. And then everyone complains, I'm not in the range of a town centre. Wah! Which is true. You. Actually, here kind of works better. Well, it doesn't hurt to have it either. It helps max out our storage size. Okay, so now they're all back under TC range again. And then we can work out how we're going to shove the TVs. Now what we could do is actually use this as the excuse to devolve these ones and start with the TV-based ones. Because this design works really well for up to here. But maybe we need a TV design that is... Yeah, let's try making a TV design. So... what do I want? I want a nice big flat... Yes, this looks perfect. So we do like that. You can even be there. Now around you, it was going to be 4 of these. Like this. Okay, and then we're assuming the beer gardens will fit there and have enough range. I forget if the beer gardens have as much range as this thing does. And then what, 4 of these like this? No, they need to be slightly further out. So... how do we do this? How do we maintain that circle? Slightly dodgy. That one worked better. You're the odd one out. Okay. And then these. One. And then tessellate these around until we can fit in the second. Actually, nope. About now. Two. One, two, three. No, it looks like we could have a fourth. Four. Well, not really. No. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. That works reasonably well. So big green circle, smaller blue circles, and then even smaller other circles. Everything overlaps. We see how many of these people we can shove in here, and then we evict them from the South Pole. Why can't you go here? Well, it's the snowy zone of the planet, and it's not the top of it. It's the bottom. I'm choosing that that way is south. It's rather arbitrary. Could be north. What's wrong with south being up? It's just a convention. Oh, we're out of building materials, so I need to wait. Go. And then we need this to have power. Speaking from... I have not been to the South Pole. Although Sir Edmund... Oh! It didn't like something. Cannot update. It creates too much splitted roads. Although Sir Edmund... Is it Sir Edmund Hillary? No. Who's the one I'm thinking of? Douglas Mawson is the name I'm thinking of. Sir Douglas Mawson. The geologist, Antarctic explorer, and academic who was originally from my city. First man to the South Pole. There's even a little thing at the local tourist... Well, one of the local touristy things that you visit that has a whole display about him. Has the beanie and gloves and stuff that he took on the expedition sitting in a little glass cabinet sort of thing. Oh no, he only came here for his degree. Okay. He wasn't actually from here in a growing up sense. He did his undergraduate education here. And became a professor here. I think so. Blah, 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 blah. Australasian Antarctic Expedition. Mawson turned down the invitation to join Robert Falcon's Terra Nova expedition. Blah, 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 blah. Where are we? First? The first opera? No. First published. First major geographical work. First summer. First experience. They were part of the expedition's northern party, which became the first to attain the South Magnetic Pole and climb Mount Erebus. So yes, first man to the South Pole. Or in the group of little people all trudging together through the snow that were the first people to the South Pole all at once. This was going to recover. And then we were going to do... moving everyone here. So it has undone my building the super colony. We're gonna have to set that up again. Here is a beautiful space. but we know how to do it now. It is TV station. Actually, these need to be pulled in a little bit. Or I need somewhere where they overlap slightly better. Well, actually, as long as they let me build this. There, that'll do. TV station, and then it was 4 health ones. Very good. And then row of houses. And we want our power stations as well this time, because I didn't do the power stations early enough last time. It only needs... Actually only needs 1, but we'll give it 2 so that they average out a bit better. Well, no, we'll give it 1 then. If it only needs 1, we'll give it 1. Kind of sucks that this doesn't fit neatly with a warehouse as well. There, that warehouse will keep you supplied with your wood. Then it was first loop of housing. Okay. And then these. 1. Then it was 3. 1, 2, 3. Another one. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, 4. No, we've got to redo these two a little. Three, 4. Okay, let that start to fill in. Good. Then we need to upgrade the mole. Looks like we need a third one of those. Fair enough. Boom, bing, bing. Oh. And then the second kind of upgrade, once these ones fill in. And we see if we can't move people away from the South Pole. Maybe. How's food and water going? Water is fine, but food needs a bit of work. Water's good. Tools are good. Clothing is beginning to hit its limit, so we can turn this one back on. Which means we need one more fabric. How much do we don't have to pay Caesar anything, Shoe Event Horizon. There is no Caesar. We can mock Caesar as much as we like. Two, three, come on, 4. We need one more of these, which was gonna go here. And actually what realistically that probably means is instead I should pause this one and upgrade this one. Which then means we need even 2 more. There. Never heard of him. Yeah. Dividing this among 3 doesn't quite seem... We'll give it a bit more time. If this pushes up towards like 20, we'll have to add in another. We're ready to start upgrading these ones. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. And then they fill in. We can stop denying them books. Everyone is allowed books. Now it wants us to reach a full patrician, a full cyborg. Let's start doing the next layer out. Don't forget to build a hippodrome. That's what the TV station is the equivalent of a hippodrome. We still have to do a beer garden. And then extra fancy clothes. And Game Boys. And I think that's it. The extra fancy clothes need moon dust, though, which is certainly going to take some doing. We're starting to reach the limit of this design's radius. Actually, no. There. 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 No, I can push those further out and fit in an extra. Oh, one of those doesn't quite reach there. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Yes, because this is the one that's the odd one out for this. So if we put one more of these over here and just pretend that it doesn't ruin the beautiful symmetry of our design. There. This ruins the symmetry because you can't really have 6 of those things. Maybe we could push them 1 layer out next time, rather than having them on the second layer, have them on the 3rd layer. It certainly looks like they'd fit on the 3rd layer. And then it's time to start evicting the South Pole people. Where are you? Here you are. Death to all of you. Beat trees again. We'll delete some more once the new one is full. Okay, can we squeeze you back in? No, you insist you aren't inside the range of these 2 things. Well, sucks to be that one. Yep, there's no horsies here. No horsies. Let's make a full save so we never have to design this again, please. Okay, speed up. Let this fill in. There is then maybe an argument for starting to get rid of some of these. Need 4 more of them. Fair enough. Let's allow that to be on as well. One more fabric. because clothing looks like it's depleting a lot more than I would like. Why aren't these getting picked up? Try and force the issue with a couple more warehouses. Okay, we're up to doing these again. Pause. Ding 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 ding. Get our first cyborg. We get the techno version of the music. We no longer need... Where's South Pole people gone? These guys at all? As long as we don't get down lower than the number of jobs. Population is bigger than jobs. That should be fine. Okay, retreify this. If we haven't got enough stone here, we could yeet some stone across from one of the other planets, and this number isn't going down, so we will build yet another landing platform. Wait. Yeah, we'll build yet another landing platform. Your usefulness has ended. There. Give these their upgrades. And hope that this helps. We were going to yeet more stone over, although how much more do we even need? Enough is the answer, so... You... Yeet. Where are the sandwiches made? Please... Yeet... Stone... Here, and then go back. Let's say 4. Same for the other one. Was it the other resource? Yes. 4 stone. And then go back home. Okay, pause. Next wave of upgrades. Then we're out of stone. Thankfully, the inner ones don't need as much stone. Oh, and we've actually run out of nanofiber. Okay. Then in addition to stone, you have spare nanofiber. Home. 10. Done. And I guess you can do 6. Do 8. There. The other thing to watch is what happens to our pollution. 6,500 generated. And as we keep leveling these guys up, does it go up? Actually, no. It's only when they get Game Boys that they get more pollution. We need stone again instead of nanofiber. Five and I would say 5, but we actually need another person. You know what? If I delete you, I might be able to fit 2. Yes. Where's the rest of the population? Here. I think I can probably just delete some more of the tree things, and that will solve our shortfall, so this, this. Look at them all. Yes, I'm going to allow those ones. Alright, that saved enough people. Continue. Go to the sandwich press. Yeet the stone across, if it isn't already. Stone. Here. There. Now this may well temporarily overwhelm the new extra... Yeah. But that's fine, this is a one-off while we build this. So, zoom out to assure that all the stone has been yeeted. Stone. Stone, 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 stone. Stone, stone. Zoom back in and do what upgrades we can. We've uncovered robots. And ultra clothing. Wait for some more stone. Okay. And now we're also out of netting. So there's no point yeeting more stone, because nowhere else makes netting other than here. What? Morning, Salar. Well, that's sad. I guess we could maybe build you your own personalized gym. We'll see how close we get to meeting the required number of people. Could I cheese it by yeeting some netting over even though they don't make it and then just send it back later? 14. Not really. They don't have big stores of netting. We might as well just wait. Oh? Oh, you aren't in range of... Really? That works. And then this one. 2, 3. This one, this one, this one. We might get up to 1,200. No, we're going to be just short of 1,200. Unless I'm willing to put some in the middle. Temporarily until we have access to beer gardens. Yes, our axolotls will want beer gardens, Salar. I'm surprised that one counts as touching the holography suite, but whatever. We allow these temporarily as they will get us over the next hurdle. And then we create another one of these. There we go, jewelry. So actually we say no more to you. You can stay for the moment. We now make another one of these. Perhaps back on the North Pole that we had just ejected everyone from. And now that we have this stuff, we don't actually need to worry about the power being in the middle here. We can transmit the power into the center from the outside. So this no longer, strictly speaking, needs to be there. Yeah, we probably get rid of you. Like that. We'll see how we need the beer gardens, though. Which means I need to make nanosheet and glass. So there's no real point doing the next one of these until I know how the beer gardens will fit. So we've got to start glass, advanced composites. Those want netting and copper. Netting is only made here, so it makes sense to make that here. Same deal with... Oh no, you actually don't want netting. I'm crazy. You want gas and mud balls. So you would work on either Mars or the Gaia planet. We'll see who has the more capacity for pollution. So this can have about 1,700-ish. And this one can have more than 2,000, so it looks like it's more sensible to set this up on Mars. So we send the gas to here, which means we need more gas. How many more gas? Probably 4 more gas, at a guess. Which means we need 2 more sets of nets over here. Send 3 just because we can. Okay, set up the new gas. I said the new gas. Thank you. Where is this? Because this is where the gas plants live. So we said we wanted 2 more. One. Come on. 2. So that should be enough that we can set up gas exports to Mars. We would now like gas exports to Mars forever, but don't run this down lower than 10. No, 1. And then come back. Yes. Now the real question is, do we do 2 of them? For the moment, let's say yes. And if we save up too much gas on Mars, then we can always cancel one. Now that gas is going to be here, we need some more mud balls. We'll need a second type of wine for the patriciotals. They need 1 type of beer, not 2 types of wine. We're not up to the beer yet. And how much mud do we make? Not enough mud. But we actually also have more of this than we need, so we'll turn that off for the moment. Chuck down a warehouse for this stuff. And what we want are 2 of this. They need power, and a lot of it. How are we for excess grainy stuff? We have some, but not tons. Pause. Because we face the dilemma of, do we go for... This planet can actually make biofuel, rather than relying on the crappy tiny energy things. I think we do go for the biofuel. But we can't do that straight away. Fine. So we have to have little ones to begin with. So this needs 5. 1, 2... 3. And then we're out of nets. So back here, yoink some more nets at Mars. We need an improved supply network. Oh, that's terrible. 1, 2, 3. Speed up till those get delivered. What have the Ardanians ever done for us beside wine, irrigation, road, public order? A supply network to supply nets. The work. Okay, the nets have been eaten. That'll do. And so 2 more baby power plants for the moment. There. Turn them all on. Come on, get back to work. I'm having trouble telling which one is it. Sleep, it's that one. Baby power plants? Run on babies? Well, we've never seen a non-adult. We don't know what they're doing with them. We have never seen a non-adult. Cloning vets? They arrive as adults. Okay, and then this was going to let us do what? It was going to let us do this thing, but I also need glass. Which... could be done here. It could be done anywhere except the homeworld. Well, it could be done the homeworld if we yeet the gas at the homeworld. And we've got enough, so... sure thing. Glass can be on the homeworld. Go. We do not yet have beer. Okay, and our gas begins to be here. And we turn that into glass. Which also requires power. How much? $250, so two of them require... no, it doesn't. It requires $150. So two of them require 3. Let's get rid of that. One. 2. 3. Then it's 2 of these. Nets, check. Gas, check. Yep, here it goes. Now, does that mean we're consuming too much wood? Not yet. Pollution? Still within acceptable parameters. Is there anywhere else on the planet to greenify? Yes, this outside edge of this stuff. Yes, they are wood-burning power plants. We have not yet invented biodiesel. The axolotls believe in, they believe in renewable energy sources. So it's all biodiesel and wood. I'll just build that one again later, but for now, I want to plaster the rest of that. lose 1 to gain 3, and then we'll gain that 1 back later. There's a little bit of space we're missing there. But otherwise, I think that's pretty much the whole planet. And I think these are finally all pretty much finished, so we'll get rid of these. Does rather reduce our wood intake. If I build the warehouse here, I can justify leaving those 2 alone for the moment. Ooh, we are actually getting close to using as much wood as we produce. Turns out wood power plants burn a lot of wood. Good. The 1 extra of those has brought that back to a sensible number. So we're beginning to have glass. We were going to use glass to make the 1 biofuel on Mars. To try and replace all of those with 1 biofuel. But that means I need more people. So here? Here? Yeah, here works fine. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. One more layer. Yeah, one more layer. Axonauts and their axagonal grids. Because these housing grids are essentially interlaced hexagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which interlaces with another grid of 6. At least until they get too close to their gyms, and then they can't tessellate hexagonally anymore. Okay. What does that do for food and water? We probably need a little bit more of each. What do hexagons summon? Super demons? So we need one more food. Which... I'm guessing I'm going to have to move these then. Goodbye, farewell, you are becoming food. Come on, it fits. Thank you. And then one more water. Or do we just create another... You know what? We'll create another warehouse somewhere. You're a warehouse. But this is for production, so no. Bees and wasps. Bees love their hexagons. They love their space packing factor efficient shapes. Now what here is okay. This can be a secondary... One, two, three, four. Get rid of that. Say yes to 2 sets of water. And now this kind of needs a warehouse of its own. I'd really love to. There we go. So that should be food and water. Yeah, we use 30, we make 40. We use 30, we make 20. Even if this increases by like a quarter, it's not increasing by a whole quarter, we should be fine. But what is no longer good enough is wood. Which is the game's way of saying you need to convert over to that biofuel. So we need these new people to exist and to have new spice mines, new sandwich mines. Yeah, so this actually also needs to be genuinely fetching wood. There. And there. And we'll say that though... Well, I was going to say those two, but apparently only that one's any good for efficiency. That one's alright for efficiency. We do need like one more, two more. 96, 98. 98's pretty good. A 100's pretty good. $70's gonna have to do. Yeah, that's now a better number again, but we need to re-up this into an actual sensible... Well, we can probably rely on the fact that it's got a big battery now. People are moving in and we wanted to do the next spice mine. Here. How much more spice mining do we need? Well, how much does this need? It needs 3 glass. Let's send over the 3 glass. Done. Wait for the glass to get here. Also dismiss all of these. Axopads, power, 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 asteroids, blah, blah. Let's set up glass and the composites first before we start thinking about the asteroids. Because the asteroids need glass from memory. Don't remember if they need the sheets. I'm certain they needed the glass though. Let's go have a look. Where's the one with gold? Because you're probably the most important. Yeah, golden yeast, this one. Moon base, right next to the gold. It needs gold, robots, and spaceships. We haven't produced any robots. We can send the golden spaceships, though, to Asteroid 3. So 3 stacks of gold. There you go. And I guess there's no reason not to start the others just so that we can send the gold. So Asteroid 1. Because otherwise gold is accumulating pointlessly. And then Asteroid 2. And then lastly, asteroid 4. Good. This now has the glass to make our biofuel thing. Which I'm happy to live here. Assuming it doesn't need to power itself, and it doesn't. It's going to take a long time for this to run out. One a day. The trouble is that eats 2 a day. So this eats huge amounts of this. But only so much that we need 1 extra. 1 extra field / soil grain mill. That's 1 extra mill. That extra mill outputs all the grain we need for you, and then we want 1 more. So that's 2 a day. And then we need 10 more fields to power that. Oh my god, where did you... No. Whatever, we try and ignore it. So 10 fields. 1, 2. It's actually a really bad place. It's way too much space. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my... Getting real sick of that. 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. So that should be all the extra grain we need to power the extra mill to power the biofuel. And then once that's running, we can turn that into powering both of these. What's the relative pollution? 5 of these is 400. The same. So you aren't actually saving on pollution, you're just saving on trees. So you're saving on space by doing this. Now, robots need electronics and plastic from memory? No, metal cubes. Metal cubes and glass and electronics. The metal cubes are made from this thing. You know what? I'm only going to do the composites here. I think everything else we'll do on the home world. So we start sending composites home. Because else I'm going to have so much depollution work to do here. Yeah. That can turn on again. Whereas this place can handle like unlimited pollution, because we can make the anti-pollution stuff here with all the space. But on Mars, space is eventually limiting. So, yeet nanocomposites back home. Seven, 14, 21. The counter-argument is that this planet already has what we need for the electronics. Yeah, it's about to have everything for these. These two. It's got local copper. It's gonna have plastic because it's got fuel and it gets yoinked gas. But I don't want to have to deal with depolluting here. Yeah, I'm gonna not do it here. No. Everything is at home, and if it means more transporting, it means more transporting. So... Hey, Hades. We are... Attempt 3. Attempt 3. No, not especially. I don't pay too much attention when Steam says I'm updating something. And I usually turn most of the auto updates off to manual for a lot of games because I only want them updating when I launch, as a general rule. But it is lovely to see devs actually doing updates. Certainly better than the alternative of early access games that get stuck in early access forever and forgotten about. That is very sad, especially for people that bought it. Why can't I do that? I should be able to do that, game. Yeah, thank you. Nope. Also a bit of balancing. Toolmakers, Biofiber Factory and Nanofiber Factory produce more, distributors use less workers. Both sound lovely. Okay. There we go. New population. Shouldn't be short on jobs. Might be short on food and stuff again, though. So watch carefully. And now here should actually start to have both glass and this. Plastic we will produce on Mars, but that is it. Because it's already got the biofuel and the gas. But electronics we will produce here. So plastic is the next step. Back to Mars. That's going to need power, which means we need some more trees. So here, here, here. Well, at least those two are useful. This one, a bit less so. It might get seen to eventually. Where are we going to put this plastic? It's kind of tempting to put it here. But I should put it near the other power plants. So... maybe here, and then like there. But we need some more glass. I need 2, 3, 4, 3 more glass. We'll just send one whole shipment of glass. Hell, send 2. We've got it. What happened in attempt 2? We got better. We got up to about... where we are now, but I like this design for the moment for this, at least until we need the beer gardens. One central... I got a bit frustrated by giving the last couple of services to the top level patricians and decided that a new basic block design was needed, which is what we're doing this time. So we have a central TV station, and then 4 medical stations, and then housing rings. Sprinkled into the housing rings are the required gyms, the community centres. The only thing we haven't incorporated is the beer gardens. And then that will be fully happy. I was trying to see if we can do it from the outside. I mean, it's optimized for these, but it's not optimized for the beer garden as well, so I may have to tear this all down and work out a new design that works with beer garden as well. On the other hand, it looks like beer garden might be the same size as house. So I might be able to just, like, delete one of these houses periodically and replace with beer garden, and then life is happy. As long as they're within range of power. Which we're going to need to weasel our way across. So, weasel. 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 Like here. And this can be the power plant for this city. And then we don't need this warehouse here anymore. because it doesn't need local power. Yeah, there we go. And that can probably provide one beer garden there. That looks good. I think we are going to need 4 of those. But in any case, we don't need this anymore. Goodbye. And then we could even have some more housing in the middle. A little bit more, not a lot more. So you... pretend that the beer was here. We're going to need what? 1... Pretend that's in line with this. We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 of them. Which is awkwardly many power distributors. But it has to be what it's got to be. Still, we can worry about that when we've actually got the beer. For now, this is lovely. And if we really wanted to, we could fill in some more houses. But we'll leave it open for the space for the distributors themselves. It's not like I'm going to get to 1,300 by filling in another, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. I mean, you say you're going down, but you look pretty full to me. So next it was plastic here, with all these people that have moved in. How many of these am I going to want? Looks like 2 is the answer. And then that needs 5 more baby power plants. Ay, ay, ay. One, 2, 3, 4. And he needs 1 more. 5. So many baby power plants. In fact, we only just barely keep up with wood. But hey, now we've got plastics. Although we need more people again. As if that new block of people barely covered the plastics industry. Well, more. We need another food. One there wouldn't be terrible. And one more. No, 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 no. We'll have to go somewhere else. Okay. Pause. One. No, we'll put them all around this too. And then we needed water. Two more water. Okay, and then housing. I don't want it to infringe on that. Or that. Maybe this one is actually also wood. We did say we needed more. So there we go. That one's wood. This one's a little bit shittier than the other two, but the other two are really good. So this is going to be food and extra wood. And the populace can instead go here. Oh, no, that's not where I thought it would be. It's too quiet. Be careful, it's a trap. Slippy, get back here. Slippy, watch out. Bogey on your tail. Okay. There's the next population block. Is that enough food and drink for them? Yes, we should be good by about 4, and we should be good by about 10. So very yes. Pollution is still within acceptable parameters as well, despite all those new power plants. And that means we can now yeet these two things periodically to the home world. Both are produced at 2 a day. So we do 3 and 3. Send 3 of this. Or are we doing the electronics here as well? We could do the electronics here as well. Which actually kind of says we want to do one more plastic so that we can do electronics. Because at the moment we do what? 2 plastic, 2 carbon sheets. And we did just build new people. We're about to have 70-ish spare people. Sure. So come over here and then we say 1 electronics. Except that means we need 3 more power plants. Which means we need a bunch more nets. $28. Speed up. Check out how the other 2 are doing for their ship recycling. Kind of looks like you need another. And you have got the population for it. But I don't really want to eat into that wood, do I? No, I can eat into that wood without trouble. Goodbye. Hello, extra recycling for spaceships. Hell, we could even fix... actually, that's about the same. And what about Mars? This one's up to 10 and the other ones are up to... Where is the flower made? Yeah, I think one more. So... This... It fits conveniently well here. And then it was going to be... It was going to be 3 and 3, but now we're thinking of using some of the electronics locally. Some of the plastic locally to make electronics. That's starting to get a bit far away from that warehouse. 1, 2. It's going to have to be something like there, but we'll see in a sec. Dump this in here. Three. And if that means I need to make one warehouse here, which I kind of expect I do, because otherwise this one warehouse is going to be hugely busy serving everything there. Nah, I like down here. Yeah, there. Okay. What has that done for pollution? We are starting to butt up against the pollution limit. Is there anything else that we actually want to do specifically here? Not really. I probably toggle between electronics and Axopad assembler here. Although it depends on how many they're going to eat. So we should go look at how many they're going to eat. Two a day? Something along that lines? They would eat 1 a day. And if I made this, it would currently make 3 a day. Yeah, so we could toggle between both of these things without too much worry. $600 more. Yeah, no. That's just... It's not feasible to have more here. The pollution begins to be a problem. Unless we go colonize this, and we've got the spare... We don't have the spare people for it, actually. I was going to say we have the spare people for it. We totally don't. I mean, 8 doesn't use that many. We've got spare people for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In fact, that works perfectly. Yeah. Everything else has to be made on Made on the home planet, I think. So what's the current ratio? The current ratio is 2 of these, 1 of this, 2 of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't want to be eating glass here, so no, not that. Yeah, that's it. 5 per thing. Two sheets. 1 plastic. 2 electronics. Wish you could mix and match what's in them. So we should actually wait for this to, like, reach approximately 90, and then we'll just yeet everything over at once. Actually, I'm going to need more workers. I want to set up this and get robots almost happening. Robots named Marvin. They're not paranoid and androids. So we start with Cube. Good. And what about you? Good. So we can handle running this. And what about the other recipe? We can make fabrics already. So I might as well make one that starts making fabrics. It gives me a headache just trying to think down to your level. 1, 2, 3. So another one, but this one is going to do, put a warehouse in between. And then another one. This one is going to do here I am, brain the size of a planet. Fetch the people, Marvin. Call that job satisfaction, because I don't. Okay, we can get beginning on this. We certainly do have spare net. Although less spare net than we would like. And we've got enough of a store of fabric that we don't really care about it depleting at 0.5 of a thing. So these two. Trouble is we're now also running out of wood again, so we need some more actual wood farming. The first 10 million years were the worst. Then the second 10 million, they were the worst too. The third 10 million wasn't good at all, and it all went downhill from there. Cool. 2 more sets of wood farms. Both should be pretty effective ones. Yep. And then, what do we need for robot? Glass made, check. Cubes made, check. Electronics needs to be yeeted over. Four? I hope I have 4. I don't know how many I have. We've barely got 2. So it's going to take a while for that to happen. Well, c'est la vie. Speed up. It'll get done when it gets done. As long as they both aren't infinitely waiting for it, which they are. And painfully they are literally both waiting for... Ugh. Well, it's only going to take like 5 days. Now, that should mean that robot factory can start. Robot factory needs 3 more small power plants. Pause. One, 2, 3. Come on. Why can't I have this? Oh, I'm out of nets. Sure, we have to wait a day for some more nets. There. That's a bit frustrating to see. Upgrade that one a bit, try and give them a bit more to work with in terms of delivering. And I guess we will have to have another warehouse or two if we're struggling to make all the deliveries. There we go, that's a bit more stable. We're still under the cap. Love to see it. This has been trending down instead of up, though. Anyway, the important thing was how many robots get done. We've got 4, so we can start feeding an asteroid. Maybe tempting to do this just to get the ultra crystal stuff, so I don't need to be using wood for power. No, I'm good with using wood for power for the moment. Try and add some more to get that done. Try and get that done. Which asteroid do we want to do first? Let's just do them from the inside out. So asteroid 1. Wood floats in water like witches. Witches are obviously made of wood. Okay, we need to send 2 robots and 7 sheets and 7 weave, 7 nets. Two robots. Although I think we end up wanting 15 or so, so we might as well just send them now. Asteroid 1. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 weave. And then 1 sheets. Okay. Sure. And then we want 7 more sheets and 7 glass. Speed up. Is that everything? Already? No, the nets aren't here yet. Come on, what are you waiting for? You're waiting for robots. Which is going to take a while. Oh, fair enough. What's the difference between robots and cyborgs? So cyborgs are still people. People need oxygen, but the robots can operate on the moons that don't have atmosphere. So robots are workers that you can use on the moons. Or more accurately, you have to use them on the moons. You can't use your living axolotls. It's not too many more. And it's not like the economy is going to collapse while we wait, so it's okay. Six. Possibly just one more, and then the space lanes will be freed up again. Living people cannot work 24/7. Yeah. I mean, it's not like Frostpunk where there's work hours. So the robots are just, as far as I understand it, only as good as normal workers. It's not like they are extra output because they work longer days. But they are the only ones capable of working on the moon. I've streamed for 24 hours. Why not SA? I've had 24-hour streams. 3 or 4 of them. Okay, 24/7. Fair enough. No, I do need to sleep and eat occasionally. So I'm a robot more than a cyborg? Well, he's changed his definition, so that's no longer true. You know what? I think we need another timber mining. So, pause. 1, 2. 3. 4. There you go. That should help the average wood so that it stops depleting. Please and thank you. You'd think that with an extra 60 above what we need, we'd be okay. The sheets are about to get here. Next. Then they need the glass. The glass is also about to get here. Except this takes time, so now we have to wait. Thing. Watch them build it. They build out a they build out some skirtings, and then it collapses away. Scaffolding disappears, and we have our first of these. We've got four spare robots. We need to send 5 stone, 5 building, 3 nets. Stone, building, nets. Stone. Building. Nets. Done. We can yeet 6 sets of electronics over. And how much plastic? Seven sets of plastic. Make it 8. By the time the 8th one gets around, it'll probably be at 8. Stone, brick. Come on, do the sheets. Thank you. Pause. Head to the asteroid. Gold mine. It's a lot of moons for one gas giant. It is. It's a lot of very big moons as well. Like, these moons are quite large compared to the gas giant. Now, which was the one that needs gold? That's you, right? But not even, because our gold ore production is at the correct level. So setting up the gold mine, although it makes us feel good, doesn't actually do anything useful. We need to send 10 glass, 10 sheets. Jupiter's. They're not as big as this. They're moonoids. Poor Pluto. They're not big enough to be full moons. How many sheets and things was it again? I got distracted by feeling sorry for Pluto. 10. Ten sheets, 10 glass. There's the 10 glass. There's the 10 sheets. You could also send some home. And then how many more robots? We're going to need... one, two... and we need 3 more stone, 3 more brick. And then a bunch of robots. More than we have, almost certainly. Yes. I kind of feel like the space things here should be in the space menu. Like, I agree that they're cyborg tech level buildings, but they are space buildings. Asteroid Hub, Asteroid Warehouse should be space routes, I think. Speaking of, Warehouse 1. And then we need Warehouse 2 over there. It's not possible to have one that covered both. Yeah, no. Okay, and then we need 10 more robots. Which is 3 more? No, it's 11 more robots, sorry. So speed up, wait for robot number 4 to exist. Thank you. Send them. And we need to wait for 7. Meanwhile, how's our storage of this? It's progressing a lot slower than I would have guessed. And cubes. It's also progressing slower than I would have guessed. I suppose our power is flickering too much. At least wood is now trending upwards and hitting the cap. We could start working on the next... Maybe I should actually double my robot output for a bit. Yeah, I should get all the asteroids done, so let's double the robot output. Except there's not enough people to do that. So... do I fill in some of this? Or... do we provide them with the next thing they want? No, I'm not giving you Game Boys yet. Sorry. I could be maybe okay with... another population bit, though. So... yeah, we'll just have another population center. Like... hell, even overlap them. There. Continue the tessellating. Come on. Sometimes the game is very insistent on wanting to be paused when you're building things. There we go. Although, to be fair, there's lots of stuff flying around in space at the moment now for it to constantly be computing. What? Oh, this is too hilly? Fair enough. That'll do. It's another 150 people to work with. Easily enough to run an extra robot factory, so we can get this done a little bit quicker. One, two, come on. Three, and then our extra robot factory. I kind of want it to be further down, but actually it has to be in range of all three of those power plants, so... Looks like it's being there. What the? Yo, 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 no, 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 no. You are important. That's on me for building more jobs before we had unemployed people. Do 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 do. What's wrong with glass? Oh, you just haven't got a delivery. That's fine. I'm sure you'll get a delivery shortly. Kind of very surprised that that doesn't fit. But we can put it there instead. That means our wood is under strain again. There we go. That gives us a bit of slack in our wood. Seven more robots and we'll have finished Asteroid 1. Seven sets of sheets. Home. Come on, I want the planet. There is enough glass here that we could start preparing the next asteroids. Why is your food going down? Because you need one more food. Fair. No, I want to keep all my food together if I can. There we go. Should be modestly positive now. So asteroid 2 needs 14 sheets, 7 nets, 7 glass. Rock, paper, scissors. Nets, paper, no. Nets, sheets, glass. You won't bamboozle me. I will not be bamboozled. Asteroid 2, 7 glass, 7 nets. Do the same for asteroid 3. No. Asteroid 3, glass, nets, and then asteroid 4, nets, glass. Then it's just sheets. Ooh. Oh. No! Bug report, go. Object reference not sent to instance of an object. Try again. We're up to the sheets. Scary, isn't it? Honestly, this has been really good for crashing. Like, this has been crashing less than Vicky 3 was at launch, and this is nominally still in beta, so I'm not unhappy with the amount of crashing this has had. We're going to get each asteroid finished built, if not fully mined. Is Vic 3 better now? No idea. I haven't touched it since November. I'm probably going to touch it again when they do a DLC. But until then, not especially interested. Yeah, we'll get each asteroid set up to the point where we have a fully activated little space depot. No, not space depot. Space rocket acceptance. A space shipment yard? A space cargo yard? However you want to think of it. Vic 3 set the bar very low. It did. It did. We were having what? Crashes every hour or so? Sometimes when we were in the early access bit of it, I could repeatedly cause crashes. By looking at the markets menu in certain ways, I could repeatedly cause crashes. Okay, sending those to 4. We need to go do the sheets. So 14 sheets to 2. And then wait. 2. How many robots do you need to finish the thing? 10? I think you need 10. So we have to wait a little bit. Well, let's just do 2 to begin with in case I'm wrong. And 3 and 4. Oh, it's very inefficient because we don't have enough robots here. Fair enough. So it was 10. Still, we can at least get the next phase started on the other ones if we really cared to. So I need, what? 2 more? Send them as 2 sets of 4. Why not? That way one can happen right away and the other one's only waiting a little bit. Done. There we go. And last phase. Then asteroid 3. Which still needs its 14 sheets. And so does asteroid 4, no doubt. And then it needs its 8 robots. Lovely. Next phase. Victory is always better now. Dunno. Diplomacy and military systems still look like us. And then asteroid 4. Which needs its 10 robots. Yes, now. I mean, it could get worse. There's definitely been sailors, patches that have made things worse. You're only making it worse for yourself. And phase 4. Okay, that is every asteroid. If not yet exploited, we at least have set up the spaceport on them. The asteroid hub. Your transport hub to and from an asteroid. Finalizing secondary systems. The station is now fully operational. Well, we need to send a whole lot of electric chips and a whole lot of plastic back home. 7. And then like 4 sheets. Actually 5 sheets. So wait for the sheets to yeet across, and then we'll call it a day for part 1 of this. Oh, and we've got a bug. We've got a bug. I can report a bug. Cyborgs are number. So, electrics. Now I need to be able to recreate the bug. I don't know what's causing it. All I can say is we definitely see cyborgs are number hash. Plastic. Plastic. That's probably about it. This needs to be slightly bigger. Very good. That will continue depleting, but very, 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 very slowly. All right. And with that, we can call an end to part 1 of Axolotls in Space. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you have had a lovely time. The round city is gorgeous when viewed from space. What was the other one? It's middle mouse and then like this. Take some money shots of our glorious city. Anyway, cheers all. Thank you for joining. Join us again. Tomorrow is not this, but worry about that tomorrow.